When I was in my teens, I was in a car accident. I was on my way home from a friend's house when a car hit me at 40 miles per hour. It wasn't a direct hit, but they slammed me over the side of the road, breaking both my right arm, right leg, and 2 ribs. Hadn't it been for my helmet, I would have cracked my skull open. Still got a nasty concussion though. The rehabilitation was gruesome. I ended up in a deep depression, effectively losing an entire year, while my friends went off to high school. I was hopped up on pain meds and had 3 sessions of physiotherapy per week. I ended up with a chemical imbalance, throwing my mental stability out the window. Everyone thought it was just me being a bit down about the whole recovery, but it was far deeper than that. I was falling behind all my friends and I was feeling left out. It left some permanent scars. Anyone who has suffered from depression knows that you don't get just one symptom. It is all kinds of things and it varies. One day you can barely get out of bed, another day you just can't stop crying. You can get panic attacks just from getting in the shower. You're just so much more vulnerable, you know? But for me, the worst part was the nightmares. I just couldn't relax, and I'd get these vivid, monstrous nightmares every single night, over and over. They were horrid and gruesome. Being buried alive and having to eat my own body to survive. Being at a party, having my eyes keep falling out of my skull, and I had to crawl along the floor hoping no one stepped on them. These kinds of nightmares came to me every day. I grew so accustomed to them that I just stayed up as long as I could at night, instead falling asleep in the middle of the day. My parents thought I'd developed narcolepsy. As I recovered, most symptoms eventually went away. As my body healed and I started getting back into a routine, I improved rapidly. I could play basketball again, I got my social life back, and I started enjoying music like I used to. One by one, my symptoms went away. I no longer considered myself depressed, and my doctor agreed. It took time though, a long, long time. But the nightmares never really went away. I just adapted. Over the years, I got more and more used to waking up in a cold sweat. I started keeping sleep timers that I strictly adhered to, and I abused caffeine in the afternoon on days where the nightmares got the better of me. Over time, I started forgetting what I'd even dreamt. I'd still wake up sweaty or with a heightened pulse, but it would rarely go so far as to wake me up. I'd just get up in the morning with that feeling of unease. But just like any kind of wound or disability, you never really get used to it, but you adapt. But high school made way for the real world eventually. I made my way through a few community college classes and landed an apprenticeship as a plumber. I'd also help out as a bartender on odd weekends. I wasn't living the high life, but I was making do and saving a little bit every now and then. Gotta love small town living. I tried to find ways to deal with my nightmares, but I never really found anything permanent. Painting, writing, even boxing. It was all just temporary release. Over time, I'd adapt to that too, and the nightmares would come back. It made it really difficult for me to have someone stay the night, as I was scared for them to hear me scream or cry in my sleep, something which persisted for my teenage years. Hell, if it is bad enough for the occasional neighbor to complain, I couldn't imagine how bad it'd be for someone that shared my bed. I first started posting on Reddit a few years ago, just to see if there were other people out there who suffered from the same kind of nightmares as I do. I got in contact with a few other people that had also wrestled nightmares on and off for several years, and they had all kinds of advice for me. There was the standard exercise and diet crowd, fine Jesus people, and of course, those who had no advice to begin with and just wanted to hijack the post to talk about themselves. But I got in contact with a few who seemed genuinely interested and had dealt with something similar themselves. They talked about various kinds of medication and long-term treatment, all with the perspective of keeping it manageable. During this time, I was finally starting my job as a plumber. I know it might not sound too exciting, but it was a great relief knowing I would have a steady job for as long as I want. People always need working pipes. That won't change anytime soon. The nightmares were still there, and my screams could get so bad, the neighbors pounded on the walls, yelling at me. I felt for them. I was trying out a few tips from Reddit, mostly relaxation and mindfulness exercises. I was improving for the first time in years, and I was actually starting to feel a bit optimistic. I was getting up earlier in the morning, I had more energy, and I could take on an hour or two of overtime, every now and then, without falling to pieces. All in all, things were getting better. Then I got in touch with Veronica, She was one of the people who reached out to me on Reddit. She told me she dated a guy with issues similar to what I was describing, and she seemed both eager and sympathetic. I had so many hang-ups about dating someone that it felt nice just to talk openly to someone about it. She talked about waking up to his screams and desperately trying to help. Also, that the nightmares wasn't what broke them up in the end. Him refusing to talk about his issues was, by far, the main offender.
But that shouldn't be a problem for you.
She wrote.
You seem very open about it.
I suppose I was, at least online. Over time, we moved on from Reddit to Facebook to texting. It became a daily routine to check in with one another. She was trying to help me understand and normalize my condition, and I was helping her get over a bad breakup. She just seemed like a genuine and caring person. After a few weeks of texting back and forth, we got a bit more open with one another. We realized we just lived about a 30-minute drive apart, and we were both curious about meeting up. We decided on a casual, non-date meetup, just to have a coffee and try out the chemistry. Of course, it wasn't that simple. Veronica was as kind as she was beautiful, and had a smile as warm as her hair was long. Just seeing her across the cafe made me fall in love with her. Then again, maybe I'd been in love all along. That might just have been the first time I admitted it. That coffee turned into a long walk, a dinner, and a couple of glasses of wine. 13 hours later, I was standing outside her door, trying to pry myself away from her company. We just stood there, talking late into the night. I could have stayed there until sunrise, but we decided we'd meet again the next day. So we did. One thing led to another, and we started meeting every weekend. It wasn't long until the talking took a backseat to kissing and more. She was so warm and gentle, every movement deliberate and sensual. Sometimes I'd stay over at her place, sometimes she'd stay over with me. Within a month, I had a spare toothbrush for her in my bathroom. We were more often than not at my place. Hers was a bit impersonal. But it wasn't all roses and sunshine. My nightmares started coming back, with a vengeance. At first, I thought it was because I was excited or exhausted. I tried to explain it away, but it always came back to Veronica. The more time I spent with her, the worse I slept. Still, she was so understanding. She comforted me in the morning. She sat with me when I woke up at night. She was nothing but supportive, but it was getting unbearable. Veronica tried to make me relax. She figured I just had to adjust to not sleeping alone and argued that it would all go away in time. If anything, we just needed to spend more time together. To her, the solution seemed obvious. I wasn't convinced, though. My nightmares were worse than ever, and they weren't going away. Before, I'd forget them come morning, but not anymore. Instead, it felt like my mind was marinating in this constant, relentless unease. I'd dream about my hair turning into centipedes, biting me as I laid down. I'd dream about my brain melting out of my ears as I desperately tried to hold it in with my hands. I'd dream about dying in a fire, about drowning, about floating into space. 100 horrors, a new one every night. And in the morning, I'd still feel something. My lungs might hurt from trying to breathe in a vacuum. My skin might feel warm from the fire. The sensation would go away after a while, but the feeling would stick with me all throughout the day. And right there, next to me, was Veronica to cheer me up. She was always so cheerful in the morning. By now, most people I'd talked to online had gone away. I still had contact with this one guy in France, though, Antoine. He had almost the same problem as I did, but he'd finally found a treatment that worked for him. It was a pretty specific type of medication, but I decided to talk to my doctor about it. We figured we'd give it a try for 2 months. It was a bit costly, but if it could actually help, it'd be worth every cent. The next time Veronica came over, I slept like a goddamn baby. From the moment I rested my head, it was just lights out. No dreams, no anxiety. I bet my neighbors were happy as well, not hearing a peep from me for an entire night. It was like turning off a light, and then just suddenly being awake again. It was a bit unsettling, just how effective it was. I couldn't help but laugh. It was so unexpected. Veronica was happy for me, for a little while. But over the next few days, she seemed bothered. She'd asked me why I was treating her differently and why I was acting strange. I told her about my new medication, and she didn't seem impressed.
I don't like what it does to you.
She said.
Not one bit.
There was a strange intensity to her, like her eyes had grown darker. I couldn't just stop taking my new medication. I was sleeping well for the first time in years, and I wasn't about to just quit. I had no idea what she was referring to. I was, if anything, more positive and energetic than I'd ever been. I was feeling attacked, seemingly out of nowhere, and I was having a hard time understanding it. For a few nights, I tried to stop taking the pills, but the nightmares just came back worse than ever. I'd dream about being strangled, waking up 3 or 4 times a night. Again, I'd wake the neighbors. I'd wake from my nightmare, hearing them bang at the walls. Sometimes I wouldn't wake. Instead, I'd dream about being impaled and slowly bleeding to death. All of a sudden, Veronica was back to her usual and caring self. If anything, it was getting a bit eerie. The worse I slept, the happier she'd be. She was nothing but warm towards me for the next few days. She'd practically moved in with me at this point, staying over almost every night. She'd cling to my arm when we went out. She'd give me kisses on the cheek while we were grocery shopping. She'd stroke my hair when we watched Netflix, and she'd be nothing but smiles all day long. But I was exhausted. I was falling asleep at work. I couldn't keep this up. I had to start taking the pills again. It was a Friday night after a desperately long week. We made some hot dogs, I took a shower, and turned in for the night. It was barely 9 p.m. when I finished brushing my teeth. I was standing with the sleeping pill in my hand when I saw Veronica behind me in the bathroom mirror. She was leaning in, her face as stiff as ice. I just stood there, holding the pill, meeting her eyes in the mirror. For a brief moment, I could have sworn they reflected the bathroom light.
Are you gonna start taking those pills again?
She said as casually as if asking how my day had been. I gotta sleep, I sighed. I can't do this.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
No, I mean, are you really, really sure?
I was having second thoughts. There was an ultimatum dancing in her eyes, and I was too tired for drama. I swallowed the pill dry, and as I turned around to face her, she was already heading out the door. I tried calling and texting her, but there was no response. Instead, I just turned in for the night. I was having trouble keeping my eyes open. That night, I had one of my worst nightmares yet. The pill did nothing. I dreamt I was in this eternal black ocean. My clothes were heavy, weighing me down. I could barely breathe, the waves slapping me left and right. Every other breath, I'd dip beneath the surface. The water was so dark, I couldn't see my own hands. I'd sometimes feel something big brush up against me. At times, something would tug at my legs or arms. Something sharp would poke at me. My flailing hands would poke against slippery surfaces passing by. I'd feel my body get pushed back and forth as masses of water moved. I could feel big things swimming past me in the dark. I woke up over and over and over, but I couldn't move. My body was still asleep, and I would start losing track over what was real and what wasn't. As my head breached the black ocean surface, I could see someone else. Someone swimming towards me. Something with skin white as chalk and coal black eyes. Moments later, I'd be in my bedroom. I'd feel myself gasping for air. My arms weren't responding to movement. I'd try moving, screaming, but nothing happened. And there in the doorway was Veronica. Every time I blinked, it felt like she looked different. She'd be the chalk white thing swimming towards me. She'd have the coal black eyes. She wasn't even swimming or walking. It was as if she was being pulled towards me. The only clear difference that I remember with absolute clarity is that right there, coming at me from the doorway, she was smiling as wide as on that first casual non-date. She crawled into bed carefully, like a prowling hyena. As I closed my eyes, I'd see the coal black eyes inches away from my face. Two worlds separated by the blink of an eye. A pair of delicate, stone-textured hands cupped my face, as if to kiss me, but no kiss came. Instead, she unfurled her lips into this grotesque circle, her teeth bending and flexing like a leech. I'd feel her cold breath on my forehead, saliva dripping down my face. She thrived on this. She fed on this. On me. All of a sudden, I was fully awake. My neighbor was once again banging on my wall. Had I been screaming? Veronica pulled back. She'd been leaning over me. She stared at me, her pupils so large that her eyes looked black. Her teeth were short and sharp, like a piranha. Slack-jawed, she crawled backwards. I couldn't find any words. As I sat up, she scurried backwards like a cockroach. For a few seconds, we just stared at one another. My breaths were short and shallow. I felt lightheaded. It felt like balancing on a knife's edge. She could attack or run at the drop of a hat. She was a cornered animal. Something salty dropped into my eye, and as I wiped it off, she ran. She was scrambling to get out as fast as possible, not letting anything get in her way. She knocked over a chair on her way out of the kitchen, along with 2 plates and a glass. I could hear her slam the front door open, using the entire weight of her body to gain a couple of milliseconds. For a few minutes, I just sat there, trying to remember how to breathe. When I finally looked down on my hands, I saw blood. There was a round bite mark in the middle of my forehead. I called the police and reported an assault, leaving out the parts that I couldn't explain. But apparently, Veronica was really difficult to get a hold of. She'd lived at a temporary address, and the name she'd used wasn't real. We didn't have any common friends and family, and the only trace of her left was a witness telling the police she'd rented a fully furnished apartment the same day we went on our first non-date. It was very possible she'd moved there just to get close to me. The only reason I had that final terrible dream, I later found out, was that she had replaced my sleeping pills with sugar pills. So much for placebo, I guess. I think she is some sort of predator. She stalks sites where people have terrible dreams. She feeds on them, gaining nourishment. And when she thinks she can't get anything else from you, she does something. Something for a last feast. I don't want to know what she would have done to me, given just a few more seconds. I don't think she's alone. Others have messaged me. Every now and then, I still get random people who follow me, asking for updates. They are strangely enthusiastic about it. I urge you, be careful. You don't always know your worth.
Hello and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories, straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bump in the night. On tonight's episode, a man having trouble in his relationship tries a new couple's therapy treatment that alters his life forever. So if you could switch bodies with someone, who would you be? Because you can be anyone with step minding.
A couple of years ago, I was dating a woman named Lynn. She was deeply enthusiastic about alternative medicine. It was such a strange obsession. In every other aspect, she was insightful and critical. Hell, she was a paralegal. She just had this one blind spot that I could never figure out. It was a big part of her life. We were together for 2 years. During that time, she had me try all kinds of strange treatments and experiences. Things like acupuncture, spirit healing, crystals, Reiki, Rolfing, and even a seance. I may or may not have been asked to do ayahuasca. I went along with it because I cared deeply for her, but the cracks in our relationship had started to show. It turned out we wouldn't last in the long run. But I don't want to talk about that relationship. I want to talk about this one treatment she took me to, and how it has shaped the life I'm living today. It's a bit complicated. I'm going to talk about step minding. It was an early Minnesota morning and the last session that Lynn and I would attend as a couple. We pulled into a nondescript parking lot and Lynn led me by the hand. We'd had an insane fight that morning about something I can barely remember. I think it was the order you put in your yogurt when eating muesli. Of course you put the muesli in first, right? It's like cereal. We entered a stale waiting room. The AC must have been off for days. I could taste the air. The only other person there was a short, balding man who spoke to us in a vaguely European accent, barely looking up from his iPad.
Stevenson's?
He asked.
Overexposure is room 4.
No, that's not us, I said. We're...
Right. Sorry.
He sighed.
Wrong day.
He tapped the screen a couple of times and nodded.
Step minding, couples treatment, still room 4.
Thank you. He wandered off and I noticed he didn't have any shoes on. I pointed it out to Lynn, who elbowed me. She thought I was being judgmental. I just thought it was strange. I didn't want to start anything. She vehemently disagreed with my assessment, as always. We walked up to room 4. The door was already open. It was a plain windowless room with a small coffee table, surrounded by 4 basic office chairs. There was a vase with a single blue sunflower. There was a naked light bulb overhead with nothing covering it. The floor was covered in a plain gray carpet. There was a little note on the door that urged us to take off our shoes. Lynn just smiled at me as if this explained everything. I rolled my eyes. We sat down across from one another and waited. It didn't take that long before a woman wandered in. She was in her 40s, wearing a sort of knitted white wool caftan. She had a combed back flat Elvira-looking hairdo and covered herself in rings, chains, and bangles. She shook our hands, smiling widely.
I'm Dr. Bogan,
she assured us.
but please call me Jane.
I wasn't feeling all too confident about what we were about to do. Jane described the procedure. Step-minding was a way to connect to one another in a new way, giving a better understanding of what it's like to walk a mile in their shoes. There were a couple of rules to remember before we started. For example, once the treatment started, we couldn't get up from our chairs. If we did, we'd get horribly nauseous. Also, we had a sort of safety noise. If someone were to snap their fingers 3 times in a sequence, that'd trigger a fail-safe that brought us right back. All in all, it seemed odd, but not like nefarious. Then we began. Jane rhythmically snapped her fingers, like someone tapping their feet to a slow song. She spoke in a monotone voice, asking us to look down.
Look at your feet.
She said,
Imagine the feeling of walking, the way your muscles contract and your knee bends. Think of how it makes you feel, and imagine the sound you think your body makes.
I don't remember the exact wording of what she told us next, but I remember how it made me feel. Without moving, we were supposed to imagine standing up, stepping across and through the coffee table, and sitting down in the chair of the person on the other side. Our spirit passing through them, occupying the same space. We were to imagine looking at ourselves through the eyes of the other. There was a breathing exercise, following the rhythm of her fingers snapping. We joined our breaths, and Jane made us focus on each part of our body, leading from our toes up to the top of our heads. She called it materializing. We kept our eyes on our feet, except slowly, they weren't my feet anymore.
Now look.
Jane said,
Look at yourself.
I was looking down at Lynn's feet, but not through my eyes. I have a hard time describing the first sensation of step-minding. Jane's finger snapping stopped, and all of a sudden I was looking up at, well, myself. I was sitting in Lynn's chair. I was, for all intents and purposes, experiencing the world as Lynn. I was Lynn. My hands were smaller, more delicate, I was colder, and my clothes were uncomfortable. Smell and taste felt different, and I had this gnawing hunger in the back of my stomach. My back ached, and I could feel my long hair reaching halfway down my back. I wasn't just looking at Lynn's feet, I was Lynn. I can barely remember what I did. We talked and touched each other's hands, reassuring one another that we were actually experiencing this. Lynn was repeating the same thing over and over.
That's me.
She said.
I'm looking at me. You're me. I'm you.
We had a long discussion. I could feel air reverberating through my throat in a strange way. I had to settle myself in her body, and there were so many details that just didn't click. It was so hard to focus on what was being said when all I could think about was the way my earrings swung back and forth when I moved my head. But after about an hour, Jane snapped her fingers 3 times, and I was back in my chair in the blink of an eye. This is how I realized I was short-sighted. Lynn's vision had been perfect. I also felt bigger, heavier. Her world felt so different from mine. And while it didn't explain our disagreements, it gave me some insights into just how different we really were. I made a note to get new glasses. Still reeling from the experience, Lynn and I thanked Dr. Bogan and stepped out. We had a strange, disoriented talk in the parking lot and broke up. It was oddly amicable, as if we both understood that we were fundamentally incompatible. That was it. No drama, just that's it. I thought about that day for weeks. It was so surreal. I mean, how do you go from a literal out-of-body experience and back to work on Monday morning? You can't pretend that nothing happened. I wanted to understand it. Like, really understand it. I'd been to countless nonsensical treatments with Lynn, but this one had been the real deal. There was no denying it, even though I desperately tried to. A couple of weeks later, I returned to Dr. Bogan on my own. I wanted to talk to her about it. The science behind it, how it functioned, how it was performed, anything. And of course, how had I never heard of step-minding before? I met her on a rainy Wednesday afternoon. She sat me down and had her assistant offer me a cup of coffee. She explained it as calmly as she could. It was complicated, but essentially, she explained it as something based on Raskian identity theory. The transfer of thought pattern through vocal mediation, exchanging vibrations and adapting electrical patterns in the brain. Every word sounded like nonsensical pseudoscience, but it didn't change the fact of what I'd experienced. And at the end of the day, that was the only thing that really mattered. I have to see it again, I said. I need to understand this.
Funny you should say that.
She smiled.
I think we can work something out.
Jane offered me a quid pro quo. She had a couple of patients who could benefit from a step-minding session, but she needed a neutral third party to act as the recipient. I seemed to be a good fit. I was skeptical, but she had a little bonus to sweeten the deal. She'd pay me a handsome sum of cash for each session as a kind of consultation fee. I was a bit hesitant, but I agreed. 1 week later, I sat in on a session with Jane and one of her patients. The patient had a dissociative issue and needed a step-minding session to alleviate a strange obsession she seemed to have with what sounded like a houseplant. I didn't pay too much attention. I was nervous. I couldn't figure out why. Maybe it was the thought that what I'd experienced was real, and how that would force me to change the way I viewed the world. If a thing like step-minding exists, who's to say there aren't ghosts or wizards? So I sat down with this stranger, and Jane started snapping her fingers.
Now look.
She began.
Look at yourself.
Jane used the same words, the same sequence, the same rhythm, stepping out of my body and into another. But the difference was palpable this time. Lynn had been calm and collected, but this woman was the opposite. Sitting in her body, my pulse was higher. My legs were shaking and my breathing was shallow. I was physically exhausted, but mentally wired. Thoughts rushing 100 different ways at once, and I didn't even know why. A single second in that body, looking across my table back at myself, and I could tell they were a troubled person. I was to sit there for a while as Jane had a discussion with the other patient. Instinctively, I stood up to leave the room to give them privacy, but I had to sit back down. My head started spinning as all these unfamiliar muscles reacted to my input, and I couldn't get very far. Perhaps the sitting down rule was there for a good reason. I sat there, trying to calm down, while the two of them had a discussion. I was asked to put on headphones for a bit, and I didn't mind. It was hard hearing anything through my pounding pulse anyway. As the session came to an end, Jane snapped her fingers, and I was back in my chair. My heart rate was slower. I wasn't shaking, I was nervous. But compared to the other patient, I was an obelisk of relaxation. For a moment, looking across the table, I could see her taking a deep breath. She was still shaking, but not as much as when we started. Perhaps that session gave her a new perspective on things. As the patient left, I got a moment to talk to Jane alone. I explained to her that if we had wheelchairs instead, the other patient could be rolled out during the session. That'd be more effective than using headphones. She really liked that idea, and suggested we'd try it at the next session, which, inadvertently, answered my next question. There was going to be more sessions. I worked on and off with Dr. Bogan for a couple of months. I usually did about 3 to 5 sessions per month, netting me a bonus income of about $400 per session. Jane ended up getting 2 wheelchairs and having her assistant, Jonathan, wheel me out while she had a conversation with the other patient. I grew accustomed to it and started to enjoy the sensation. It's sort of a pleasant ego death. You feel more connected to the world. It was becoming a steady source of secondary income. Taking an afternoon off work to get paid for something that I ultimately enjoyed? Yeah, not a bad deal. Over the upcoming weeks, I got a couple more opportunities. I joined Jane on a couple of out-of-town sessions, meeting some clients she was following up on. Mostly folks who need privacy for one reason or another. Folks with all kinds of strange afflictions. I could probably write a book about those people alone. Coming back home, Jane contacted me about doing a couple of sessions where she wasn't personally involved. I was also asked to be the guide a couple of times, seeing as how I'd step-minded so many times and could recite the guiding words by heart. The pay was more than doubled, so I agreed. I had 3 guiding sessions on my own. One with a hippie couple who wanted to experience a sort of intimacy. Let's just leave it at that. Another session with 2 brothers performing a trust exercise. The third one was a group of college kids who wanted to debunk the whole thing. They left sort of befuddled. All in all, things were going well. Then I got a call about being a neutral third party. I was going to perform a switch with a patient, but this time Jane wasn't involved at all. The customer went straight to me. It was a group of people who contacted me. They described it as their dad having a disorder, and that they wanted to try step-minding to sort of reset him. They'd arranged their own guide, so they just needed me as a neutral third party. Someone who wouldn't freak out about the process, as it might take a couple of hours to get through to him. It would be my longest session yet, but the pay was good, and I'd tried a lot of things up until that point. I was ready. I met the client, Harold, at his home in southern St. Cloud. Big place, 3 floors. Gated property with both a pool and a tennis court. Modern architecture and heated floor tiles. The guide for the evening was a cheery woman in her 40s. She gave off a bit of a college professor kind of vibe. Apart from the client himself, there was a group of 4 other people who seemed to be close relatives. And of course, there was Harold himself, the man I was supposed to work with. Harold was surprisingly upbeat. I couldn't see anything obviously wrong with him, which surprised me. From what I understood, he was in dire need of this treatment. He was a man in his early 60s, but could easily pass for 50. Hell, the man had better teeth than me. I could tell he must have been a salesman at some point. You can tell by the smile. I was introduced to the others, who introduced themselves as friends and family. We hurried into the living room, where a space had been prepared. We were all seated as a group. The guide had prepared everything and offered me a reassuring smile. She took our hands, something that Jane usually didn't do.
I just want to make sure we're all feeling good about this.
She said.
We good?
We good, I nodded. We're good. Harold agreed, and with that, the session was on. The guide snapped her fingers, lowered her voice, and took us down the mental road and across the table. By then, I knew the process. The right words, with the right cadence, at the right time. I sunk back in my chair, looking at my feet, and felt the world shift. After a while, my shoes looked different. They were nicer, and my pants fit me better. Slowly, I started to feel the reality of my borrowed body. The various aches and pains, the thinning hair, the wrinkles on my cheek when I blinked. I'd aged about 30 years in a couple minutes, and it would take some time adjusting. Looking up and seeing myself in the opposite chair, I got this anxious sting in my chest. The thought crossed my mind. What if I never returned? The guide excused herself and left. She'd done her job. The rest was up to Harold and his associates. But as soon as I heard the front door close, the air in the room shifted. Harold was sitting there, looking like me, stretching his arms. The others joined us, making a circle. One of Harold's associates, a young woman who'd introduced herself as Hope, spoke to the both of us. She could easily have been his daughter.
How you feeling?
She asked.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I nodded. You do what you gotta do.
So this works?
Harold asked.
This is it? It's done?
It's done.
Hope smiled. Harold pulled out a gun, a well-polished revolver. I was the only one who reacted, flinching at the sight of it. The others didn't seem to care. I didn't know what to do. Should I be scared? If so, why was no one reacting?
So we just cut the cord then,
He said.
and we're good to go.
Wait, what are you... They were tricking me. They put me in that old body, and had no intention of putting me back. I held up my hand and snapped my finger 2 times. But before the 3rd snap, I had a gun pushed against the back of my head.
That won't help.
Hope said.
We'll just kill you when you're... you. Again.
It's hard to describe what I felt in that moment. The fear was real, but there was also a longing to go back. Being out of your own body is like sleeping outside. You feel exposed and maladjusted. If you know it's just for a while, it's not that bad. But if there's a chance you can't go back, it becomes terrifying. Like getting lost in the woods. That's not even counting for the primal terror you feel from having a gun pointed at you. Harold seemed a bit confused, which made me realize that no one had explained the rules to him. That we couldn't get up, and that 3 snaps of a finger would cancel the effect. I got the impression that he thought this was somehow permanent. Looking at him, I could see a worry spread across his face. My face.
You said this was permanent,
He said, looking at Hope.
It is, as long as you don't do 3 finger snaps.
How's that gonna work when we cut him off?
You're gonna have to make sure you're never around someone who snaps their fingers, Harold.
She smiled.
That's not too much, is it?
Do I have to remind you that I got the tapes to put you away?
Harold snarled back.
And that if anything were to happen to me, you're done?
Nothing's gonna happen, Harold.
Hope chuckled.
Look, you're right there, safe and sound.
She pointed at me. It was as if a light turned on in Harold's eyes. He was being double-crossed, just like me. In a desperate moment, he raised his handgun at me. I recoiled so hard that I fell out of my chair, feeling my heart skip a beat. Cold sweat spread across my arms, clinging to the thin inner fabric of Harold's expensive blazer. But there was no gunshot, just a click. His gun was empty. That click was the loudest sound I'd ever heard. I came crumbling down to the floor, feeling the effects of the first rule. Don't get up. I was immediately nauseous. I felt like a bobblehead as my head went one way and my body another. I collapsed in a pile, trying to find the magic number of blinks to make the world stop spinning.
You'll never get past the safety checks.
Harold screamed.
You'll never get the backups. You dash.
It's all fingerprinted.
Hope sighed.
Fingerprinted, biocoded, voice checked. Sorry.
A man raised his arm. There was no second click. Instead, there was a bang. I looked up with my ears ringing, watching a reflection of my dead self on the other side of the coffee table. Bullet to the brain. Nothing but blank eyes looking back at me. My face didn't look dead. It just looked sort of tired, like I was sleepy. I was expecting that face to blink, but that blink never came. Blood pooled at the corner of the mouth, running down from the open wound at the temple. They pulled me up and dragged me over to Harold's workstation. They used my hand to log in. I had to do a voice recognition check as Hope's associates went through 2 laptops and a smartphone. While they did, Hope sat down across from me. My head was still swimming.
We're gonna need you.
She said.
And as long as you play along, you will be fine. But if you fuck with me...
She snapped her fingers twice. Ice filled my veins as I gripped my seat.
I can't imagine something good would happen if we tried this.
She said, lowering her voice.
So, how about we just really, really pay attention,
She explained it to me. I was done for. Anyone in her crew could snap their fingers 3 times, and I'd be done. This also meant I couldn't perform step minding again, as you need a rhythmic finger snapping as part of the process. She explained the plan. They needed Harold alive to slowly transfer his company shares to someone else, without it looking all too suspicious. They needed access to his files, both immediate and over a longer time. They explained that they needed me around to make it appear that everything was fine. In return, I'd get to live in this amazing place, with whatever comforts I could ask for the rest of my days. But if I slipped up, snap, 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 done. Fade to black. It was so surreal, watching them wrap up my own body in black plastic. Men in tailored blazers scrubbing the floors and walls with bleach. Hope sitting across from me, rubbing her fingers together.
Where do you think you'll go?
She asked.
If I snap my fingers, where do you think you'll go?
I don't know, I stuttered. I don't.
Maybe you'll be fine.
She shrugged.
Maybe there's something nice and warm on the other side. Or maybe the snapping doesn't even work anymore. Wanna try?
No.
No?
She smiled.
No, you don't. You're smarter than that. And maybe you're not the gambling type.
She tapped the barrel of the gun on Harold's mahogany desk.
You can have all the parties you want. You got a big bank account.
She sighed.
But maybe be careful about inviting musical people. Those who stomp their feet or snap their fingers.
And that was that. I was left there. I had keys to a place I didn't know. A phone full of numbers I didn't recognize. I just stood there in the chlorine-smelling house of a stranger. I didn't know what to feel. Ever since I first started step mining, I had never considered this. It was unreal. I remember looking down at my own hand, not being sure if I could snap myself out of it. What would happen? Over time, I got used to the nausea. Nowadays, it's gone. I can walk around like anyone else, but I have to avoid crowds. I can't risk hearing those 3 snaps. I watch videos with the sound off and subtitles on. I only watch movies after checking the soundtrack, making sure there's no snapping in the songs. Radio's out of the question. You never know where you might hear it. And even if you do, does it work hearing it through a TV or in a song? Would you risk it? I won't. I can't. I don't think I can ever adjust. I've thought about contacting people from my old life, but I wouldn't know where to begin. How do you explain this? I have to be careful not to draw any attention to myself, or Hope and her cronies might return. And if they do, well, I don't know how far I can push my luck. I mean, I'm comfortable. Harold made close to 6 figures a month on passive income. I've learned most things about his life. He never married, he has no children, and most of his contacts are passing acquaintances at best. He was a lonely man, and now that's me. I've changed a couple of names in the story as to not make it too obvious who I am. Then again, even if I said it outright, I can't imagine it would matter. No one's going to believe this. How do you convince someone that you're really someone else? It just sounds schizophrenic. I spend most of my days considering my options. I've thought about destroying my hearing as a safety measure. Yes, going deaf is awful. But you have no idea what it's like living with the thought that a sound that can be done at any time, by anyone, can kill you. It's exhausting, and you end up isolating yourself. So I'm typing this out on a fancy laptop, on a mahogany desk. I'm Harold now, screaming into the void that I used to be someone else. I'm sipping on a drink from a glass with my initials on it. And when I go to bed tonight, I will do the same thing I do every night. I will take a long look at myself. I got better vision now. Harold isn't short-sighted, but I can't look at myself. I'm not there anymore. It's just Harold.
Hello, and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories, straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bumping in the night. On tonight's episode, a man wonders how he's still alive after he has died. So, what did your month look like? Because I was dead for 30 days.
I got a job right out of college and had to find a new place at short notice. Using my socials, I got in touch with a landlord through a mutual contact. They had a spare apartment that was just made available. The previous tenant had been evicted a couple of weeks prior because of unpaid rent, so the apartment hadn't even been advertised yet. The apartment was nice enough, but all my attention was on my new job. I pretty much just brought a bed and a desktop computer, leaving 2 of my 3 rooms empty for the time being. I wasn't certain if I was going to stay there long term or not, but I figured time would decide. I ended up staying there several years. I settled into my job, furnished the place up, and made it into a proper home. Those first few stressful weeks became nothing but a distant memory. About 3 years after moving in, I had to stash some furniture. I contacted my landlord to see if there was some storage space I could use. He reminded me that there was storage on the bottom floor that I hadn't used. I didn't even know it was there. Not that surprising, seeing as I was really stressed out when I first moved in. Apparently, the space had been used by the previous tenant, who might have left some items there. I hadn't had any use for such a space before, so I hadn't thought about asking. So imagine my surprise when I get to the storage, only to see a crash test dummy. Using a key I got from the landlord, I unlocked the padlock and got a closer look. It was a white, life-sized crash test dummy with a hastily scribbled Mr. Mayhem written on the back of his head with a black Sharpie. The dummy was scuffed and worn, but still had a plastic smile on its face. Its eyes were just these little painted black dots. It looked like it had been through hell and a half. I asked the landlord about it. Turns out the previous tenant had used it as a sort of mascot. They brought it out for fun, for parties, pranks, that kind of thing.
I saw him use it to cheat the carpool lane once.
My landlord shared. It was just this funny thing he'd gotten from his job when they upgraded to newer dummies. It was probably more than 40 years old. I cleaned out the storage and stashed away my furniture. I thought about what to do with Mr. Mayhem and figured it'd be a fun piece for my upcoming Halloween party. I could dress it up in something and keep it by the entrance. It'd be the talk of the town. Still, there was something unnerving about it. The way its joints creaked and cracked. That frozen, painted-on grin. The sloppy joints, rattling haphazardly with every little movement. My yearly Halloween party is nothing extravagant. I get a couple of friends together and we dress up. Then we hit one of the local clubs for a costume party. It's like a pre-party, only with about 18 people or so. I dressed up Mr. Mayhem in a cheap pirate costume and had it stand by the door with a tray of snacks. I went as the Penguin, but everyone mistook me for the Monopoly Man. People came around at around 7. Mr. Mayhem was a big hit. There's just something about dummies and dolls that rub people the wrong way. It's the uncanny valley thing of it, I guess. It was the centerpiece for a lot of selfies that night. As the punch bowl got emptier and the night got darker, we all left for the club, leaving Mr. Mayhem by the door. I had a lot of fun, a few drinks too many. There was a bit of drama with 2 friends of mine having an argument, but all in all, it was a good night. An acquaintance of mine won the costume contest with a sort of bioluminescent fish thing. It was insane. If you got a costume that you gotta charge batteries for, you've taken it to another level. In the moment, I couldn't tell anything was wrong. But if I'd listened a little closer, I would have heard a thing or two. Cracking and creaking heard from the alley out back, as something moved. A bouncer mentioning a guy dressed as a crash test dummy. A dark silhouette, just outside the frosted glass of the bathroom window. By the end of the night, I made my way home and slid the keys into my door, only to notice that it was already unlocked. I could have sworn I locked it, but I figured I must have missed it in all the commotion. I did a drunken half-check around the apartment to see that nothing was stolen. There wasn't. I didn't even think about checking for Mr. Mayhem. If I had, I would have noticed there was nothing standing by the door, waiting for me with snacks. I would have noticed the bowl having rolled off to the side, spilling wrapped toffees and butter caramels across the carpet. But no, I face-planted into my bed and waited for another day. It wasn't until the next morning that I noticed it was missing. I sent a couple of texts to the others at the party, asking if they did something to it. All I got was a resounding no in response. If anything, they just thought it had been a fun prop. I checked all over the apartment and the storage. I even asked my next-door neighbor if they'd seen anything. Nothing. Mr. Mayhem was just gone. It wasn't a big loss or anything, but I didn't like the idea of someone being in my apartment for no good reason. Things just don't disappear for nothing. If someone wanted a crash test dummy, I could have sold it for a quick 100 or so. Instead, I found myself running back and forth, growing increasingly anxious about someone being in my space. I even called the landlord about having the locks changed. The following Monday, Mr. Mayhem was still missing. While it was still on my mind, I had 100 more pressing matters at hand. It had started raining, and absent-mindedly wandered across the parking lot. I was almost at the front door when something in the back of my mind asked me to stop. Like a sudden feeling of unease, it's hard to explain. A challenge to look a little closer. So I did. Turning around and looking up, I could see Mr. Mayhem. It was on the roof of my apartment building, with its head aligned straight forward. Someone must have dragged it up there as a joke. It looked like someone about to jump off a building. I was going to have to bring it down. Didn't want anyone to be accidentally traumatized. I headed straight for the door to the stairwell, covering my head with a file folder. The rain was relentless. Something smashed into the pavement right in front of me. A loud plastic bang as Mr. Mayhem hit the ground. A couple of feet further, and I'd have been crushed. I just stood there for a moment, hearing the rain tapping against the file folder on my head. Mr. Mayhem was intact, but the body was just mangled. every single extremity bent at an unnatural angle, but that didn't hamper that eerie painted-on smile. I was a bit hesitant to touch it. My heart was racing. That thing was heavy, and it had fallen far enough to do some serious damage had it hit me, which it almost did. I dragged it back down into the basement storage. I had to shuffle around some furniture and ended up tossing it on top of an old sofa. I locked the storage with a padlock, turned off the lights, and closed the door behind me. I'd get rid of that thing soon enough. I went to bed early that night. I kept getting shakes and twitches, as if my body was still recoiling from having Mr. Mayhem crash into the pavement right in front of me. I felt twitchy, as if I hadn't slowed down yet. I was stuck in high gear, and it carried over into the next morning. I stress cleaned my kitchen and bedroom before I even got breakfast. As I was cleaning in and around the fridge, I scooped out what looked like an old faded note, a post-it that must have been stuck to the fridge by the previous tenant. Don't let it out. I stood there staring at the note for a good few minutes, letting my paranoia run rampant. I tried to explain it away, but every thought came circling back around to one point. There must have been a reason for Mr. Mayhem being left behind. And what happened to the previous tenant? Over the next few days, I considered how to get rid of it. I thought about just driving it to a garbage dump and dropping it off somewhere, but I didn't like the idea of it being let out. I could burn it, but I had to get a good space to do it. I could just sell it, of course, but that didn't feel responsible either. I was running out of patience and ideas, so I finally decided on sawing it up and dropping it into the river. I prepped a backpack with a saw, duct tape, a hammer, and garbage bags. The following night, I got to work. I dragged Mr. Mayhem out to my car and stuffed it into the trunk. I didn't want to do it in the daylight, as the thing still looked like a person, and I didn't want to have to explain myself. I was going to drive down to a clear spot near the river and get to work. It wasn't far, but I had to cross the highway. It was a short drive, but it was tense. It felt like I was doing something wrong, like Mr. Mayhem was a person rather than a dummy. As I closed the trunk and got behind the wheel, I steeled myself. The moment I put the keys in, I got this strange impulse that I should have duct taped its hands and feet. Then again, why should I? It was a dummy. I got stuck waiting at 2 separate left turns. Each time, I just sat there listening to the hum of the engine, expecting to hear a thumping or smacking. Something coming from the trunk. I was expecting the thing to do something. It wasn't a rational thing to listen for, but I couldn't help it. And yet, nothing happened. I crossed the highway, made my way down the river, and found a spot by a clearing where I wouldn't bother anyone. I parked my car, got out, and held my breath as I opened the trunk. For a split second, I could imagine someone lying there, a living person, screaming, pleading for help. I blinked it away as the trunk revealed Mr. Mayhem in all his inanimate splendor. There was nothing here to fear. Still, just chopping up something with the shape of a person was going to be uncomfortable. I dragged it out to the bank of the river, laid out my tools, and took a good look at it. I reached for the hammer first to break the joints. That'd make it easier to saw. The thing was made to withstand serious punishment. Breaking it wouldn't be easy. I started with the left hand as a sort of test run. I whacked out the joints and brought out the saw, but I got this sick feeling in my stomach with every crack. I'd never heard bone breaking, but I imagined that was it. I felt like a butcher. And those eyes, those plain-looking, painted-on eyes, just little dots, but I felt them boring into my mind. A cheap human imitation, but human nonetheless. I skipped ahead a few steps and aimed the hammer directly at its face. I brought the hammer down, smack after smack after smack, until the dummy cracked. The nose buckled inwards, and the cheeks split into butterfly-shaped shards. I picked out the pieces with my nails. I shuddered. There was some sort of padding on the inside that just made my skin crawl. There was something about the texture. I paused. There was a small, white growth. A tooth. I stepped back, looking down at the broken dummy. Just beneath the cracked surface, embedded inside, was a dead man, mummified and dry within the confines of the plastic shell. I couldn't breathe. It had been there all along, hidden in plain sight. There were so many things to do that I couldn't begin to form a coherent thought. Who did I call? What did I do? Could I be liable for some kind of damage? Who was the person inside? Were they missing? I stepped back, dropping the hammer. I covered my mouth and took these little micro breaths, repeating "oh my God" to myself over and over, as if the rocking motion would somehow dislodge a good idea from the back of my mind. I decided I'd get back to my car and call the police. I hurried back, got into the driver's seat, and closed the door. I took out my cell phone, dialed the emergency services, and then heard a click. I looked to the left. Something fast moved my way, and then the world turned upside down in a sudden shock of pain. I drifted in and out of consciousness. I was somewhere dark and cramped. It must have taken me at least 10 minutes just to realize I was in the trunk of my car, and the car was moving. I could hear the radio, albeit turned down. I had a swelling over my nose and left eye, and I could feel my sense of balance being shaky at best. I reached for my cell phone, but it was still in the passenger seat. I never managed to call the emergency services. At some point, the car came to a stop. I heard the door on the driver's side open and close, then the sound of someone walking away. There was a slight echo to it, suggesting we were parked somewhere inside, possibly a large space. I didn't waste any time. Instead of trying to open the trunk, I wriggled and crawled my way into the back seat. From there, I contorted myself into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and fumbled around for my cell phone. Looking up intermittently, I could see that I was in some kind of storage facility. It was hard to tell. The lights were off. As soon as I felt the cold metal of the phone, I picked it up, unlocked it, and dialed the emergency services. It didn't take long for a voice to come in on the other end. I've been kidnapped, I stuttered. I don't know where I am, but if I hadn't talked so loud, I might have heard the footsteps coming back. If I'd been more attentive, I could have seen it in the rearview mirror, but I was both loud and inattentive, and it came at a great cost. Because as the operator asked me about my name and location, the driver's side window was shattered into 1,000 pieces. Something grabbed me by the neck and shoulder. A second later, I was flung through the window and out onto the pavement, about 8 feet or so. The cell phone tumbled to the ground as a white plastic foot crushed it. Looking up, I saw it in full view. Mr. Mayhem, now revealing a death's head grin. I ran. I got to my feet and just took off. I could hear thumping plastic noises behind me as Mr. Mayhem followed. I ran straight through an abandoned workshop and a lunchroom. Finally, I slammed the door open to an unmarked space, hoping against hope it would be something useful. A small room, packed to the brim with crash test dummies, at least 50, standing shoulder to shoulder. All those painted smiles and dot-like eyes, all looking my way. I didn't have time to see if they were like Mr. Mayhem or not. So instead of turning back, which would be a certain end, I pressed forward. I pushed my way past plastic arms, hands, and torsos. Most were just empty shells, ready to be filled and used. Others were fully functional. I could have sworn a couple of heads turned my way, but I didn't stop to check. I could hear the footsteps that followed me slow, and as I turned around, I realized I had no idea where it had went. Just a sea of white, featureless creatures, and one of them was something else. I was afraid to move. I could be brushing up against that thing without even knowing it. There was a sharp noise, as what sounded like broken glass being shuffled around on the floor. One clear sound of a shard being lifted. I tried to make my way to the back of the room so I could circle back. Every now and then I'd look at the dummies, only to notice more of them with scribbles on the back of their head. Miss Waters. Mr. Calhoun. All made with hasty scribbles. A stray thought crossed my mind. Maybe it wasn't actually Mr. Mayhem, but Mayhew. It had been kind of hard to tell. I had yet to run into it, as I began circling the dark corners of the room, making my way back the way I came. I heard the sound of glass scraping against plastic as something was coming closer. I had to keep myself from panicking. There was no telling what would happen if I were to stumble in there. Instead, I kept a steady pace, trying to count my breaths. 1, 2, 1, 2. Brushing up against another dummy, I stopped. Something was strange. It didn't have a left hand. It slowly turned my way, revealing a dead man's face. Mr. Mayhem. An impromptu glass shank sliced at me, scraping the edge of my jacket and shattering against the wall. A handless left arm reached for me, but I pushed it aside. I bowled over the lifeless dummies and headed straight for the door. Reaching it and leaving the dummies behind me, I slammed the door shut. I hastily looked to see if there was a lock, but there wasn't. Before I could make a plan, The door came off its hinges and tumbled to the ground like a cracked bowling pin. Mr. Mayhem twitched forward, every movement sudden and painful. Making my way back to the workshop, I realized there was no way I could outrun it. Mr. Mayhem was both faster and more resilient. I was grasping at straws. There had to be something, anything. I dodged a chain coming down from the ceiling and kept going towards the back, only to stop. That chain, I could use it. It was connected to a winch in the middle of the factory floor, probably used to hoist and move equipment. It would have to do. The timing had to be perfect. If I went too soon or too late, I'd be done for. I saw Mr. Mayhem approaching, step by step, unblinking painted eyes replaced with hollow sockets. Then I pulled at the winch as hard as I could, hoping against hope. The effect was immediate. I hadn't seen the hook at the end. It shot straight up, impaling Mr. Mayhem's lower jaw. The chain was still slack and it was getting closer, but it couldn't quite get to me anymore. Instead, I kept pulling and pulling and pulling, every rattle of the chain bringing it higher and higher into the air like hoisting a flag. As the chain clicked into a lock, Mr. Mayhem was dangling 15 or so feet into the air. It stopped moving. Even though it couldn't move its face, I could feel it looking at me, plotting. This wasn't going to be the end of it. I made my way back to the car, calling the emergency services as I wiped the broken glass from the driver's seat. As I was asked for a location, I noticed something on one of the far walls. A series of overalls, hanging at the edge of the door. 3, to be exact. One for a Patty Waters, another for John Calhoun, and the final one for Samson Mayhew. Eventually, the police came. I'd gone outside and collapsed against a wall, crushing a handful of overgrown wildflowers on my way down. I just sat there, picking the petals of a blue sunflower, when the officers came around to ask me questions. I tried to explain that I'd been kidnapped and assaulted, but there was no way for me to tell them the crash test dummy had done it. Instead, I had to lie through my teeth. I had to say that my mystery attacker had hoisted that dummy up into the air. It didn't take long for the police to find not one, but 3 bodies. 3 workers at the abandoned factory, all presumed dead and missing, stuffed within the framing of the crash test dummies they themselves had made decades ago. This was about 2 years ago, somewhere in that ballpark. I haven't seen or heard anything about those dummies since. I think they cleared out the storage, and I think they had some kind of forensic specialist on site, but there was no public announcement or accusation. I was only called in once to make a basic statement, but there was no follow-up. And I've been imagining those 3 dummies sitting locked up in some storage, just biding their time. That dead face waiting to look my way again. Now, the reason I write this is because of something I read just the other month. There was an article about a break-in at the county evidence locker, resulting in 1 wounded officer and a handful of pieces of evidence going missing. The assailants were described as 2 men and a woman. They were described as bald and wearing plain white clothes. If I was a betting man, I'd say there isn't much time before we start seeing more than 3 of these Misters and Misses. If I hadn't gotten out of there, I'm pretty sure there was an empty casing that would, in time, have my name on it. Maybe there still is?
Hello, and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories, straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bumping the night. On tonight's episode, a man wonders how he's still alive after he has died. So, what did your month look like? Because I was dead for 30 days.
It was an 8-hour drive back home. I'd been visiting my dad for his birthday, but I had to get home. I hadn't been able to get time off work the next day, so it was going to be a hell and a half if I didn't get there by morning. The weather wasn't on my side either. What had started as a mild wind had escalated into an incessant howling, rocking my car with gusts of wind that nearly knocked me off course. I could barely hear the radio of the raindrops knocking on my sunroof. I was 6 hours in when I came across a fallen tree. Another car had stopped ahead and called it in, but I didn't have time to stick around. I took a detour onto a smaller road. It was rural, so what's the worst that could happen? The road was more pothole than asphalt, but my GPS was still on point. It showed a 20-minute detour, but I figured it'd still be quicker than waiting for that tree to be cleared. I rounded a corner and came across a long stretch of road overlooking the countryside. There was a wheat field to the left and a pine forest to the right. It was dark, so I couldn't see anyone up ahead. No lights. I kept going straight, leaning back in my seat. All of a sudden, a car. It was parked by the side of the road. I swerved, but I ended up smacking, cracking a taillight. I came to a full stop about 20 feet further down the road. Looking back, I bit my lip. I could keep going, and that'd be that, or I could leave my insurance information. I dug around in my glove compartment and found a slip of paper, tucked it under my jacket, and got out. I made my way over to the parked car. It was a dark beige sedan that looked like it had been dug out of the 90s. I didn't want to pry, but I couldn't help but to see something odd. There were at least 3 duffel bags in the back seat. I got my papers out and slipped them under the wipers, along with a $20 bill as an apology. I was walking back to my car when I noticed someone approaching. I noticed a couple of details. They had a dirty shovel flung over their shoulders and were holding another duffel bag. That made it 4 in total. I had this uneasy feeling. I was looking at something I wasn't supposed to. This person had been digging something up in the middle of a rainstorm. I couldn't imagine they wanted someone to see them do it. I got out of the rain and into the driver's seat. I put the keys in and fired up the engine. It made a bit of a huffing noise, as if wanting to stall, but it didn't. Then someone knocked on my window. I could have put my foot on the gas, but I didn't. Instead, I turned my head only to see a stern-looking man in his early 50s. He had a thick mustache and a black baseball cap, a look that made me think of someone trying their best to be forgettable and neutral. He was holding a gun. He made a rolling motion with his hand.
"Let's have a short conversation before you go running off, sir,"
he said.
"It'll just be a couple minutes."
I rolled down the window. It was dawning on me just how bad this could get if I wasn't careful. We were alone on a small, nondescript road during bad weather, and no one knew I was there. And he didn't look like the type of person who was eager for a rational discussion. "Sorry about the taillight," I said. "Mind lowering that pistol there?" He forced a smile.
"I would mind, yes."
He reached his arm in through the open window and unlocked the door. Opening it, he motioned for me to step out. I looked back at the steering wheel, not sure what to do. Maybe I could get away if I did something sudden.
"I wouldn't do that,"
he said.
"It'll get messy."
I didn't see anything, I assured him. I'm just passing through.
"I'm sure you didn't. Now step out."
Looking down the barrel of a gun, I was inclined to listen. I stepped out. My mouth went dry as my senses heightened. I could feel the blood rushing to my head. "I don't know what you think I saw," I said. "It was just a duffel bag and a shovel. I don't even know you."
"Just step right this way,"
he said, pointing me to the side of the road. I didn't see the license plate. Hell, I can hardly see you. It's raining too much, you know?
"Fair enough."
He pointed at something up in the pine woods.
"Can you see that?"
He asked. I leaned in and looked closely. There was nothing up there, just pine trees and rain. Then I realized what he was doing. He was making me stand still. I didn't have time to turn my head before he fired the gun. Now, a lot of stories would have ended here. That would make sense. Even though I barely knew the guy or what he'd done, he wasn't taking any chances. He shot me point blank in the head. I had no idea what happened next, but I've figured out a couple of things. He pushed my car into a lake, and he buried me in a shallow grave just east of that road, in a field right up a hill. Writing it out like this, it seems almost detached. Like it didn't really happen. Like it happened to someone or something else. But I can't say it any other way. He killed me, and I didn't even understand why. In terms of time, it felt like blinking. One moment there's a flash and a bang. The next, I'm inhaling dirt. I almost choked then and there. A first sour breath, bitter with the salt of the earth. I flailed around until the air touched my fingertips. Then I dug. I gasped for breath, but all I got was mud and grass. Finally, my face broke the surface. I wheezed, sucking in the night. Only then did I realize that my heart was still beating out of my chest. I was still surprised by the loud sound of the gunshot. The rain had seemingly cleared up, but it was late. I was out in a field. It was a small glade in the middle of a pine forest, where I was surrounded by these strangely colored sunflowers. They were probably white, but they looked kind of blue in the moonlight. I just had the clothes on my back. He'd taken my phone, my car keys, my smartwatch, everything. He'd buried me alive, I thought. But the strangest thing about it was that right where I'd been lying, there was a cross. It was crude. A couple of broken 2x4s nailed together. It looked more like a plus, but what the hell kind of murderer leaves their victim alive and marks their grave? That's when it hit me. He didn't leave me alive. He'd shot me in the back of the head. I touched my skull back to front, but there was nothing wrong with it. Not even a bruise. Physically, I was perfectly fine. But that just didn't make any sense. What the hell had happened? How could I be okay? I had no idea where to go, so I just picked a direction and hoped for the best. It was dark, but the moonlight helped a little. Looking back at that weird glade, I couldn't help but feel watched, as if those creepy sunflowers were all turning my way. First things first, I was gonna get to the police. This man was a menace. I had the time and a clear description in my head. The rest would work itself out. It took me about 20 minutes to make it to a road. The same road where I'd run into him, I figured. Or maybe that's just what all roads look like in rural Minnesota. In 2 hours, only a single car passed me on that road, and they weren't eager to stop for hitchhikers. I could see why the guy had picked this spot. It was the middle of nowhere. That I'd ended up there was just bad luck. Wrong place at the wrong time, apparently. Astronomical odds. I'd been following the road for longer than I cared to admit, when a couple of headlights slowed down behind me. Looking back, I could see a middle-aged woman driving a pickup.
You lost?
She called out. Sort of, I said, turning my pockets inside out. Rob.
Are you okay?
She asked. Not really.
Are you on drugs?
I wish. She scoffed at me and leaned over, opening the passenger side door.
Get in.
My eyes went heavy the moment I sat down. I felt the heat of the car melting my bones, turning my body into butter. I almost nodded off then and there.
Looks like you've had one hell of a night.
She said.
Where you headed?
The police, I guess. I said, can you call them?
I can, but there ain't no one around till morning.
She said.
Unless it's urgent.
It's kind of urgent.
Look, you're not on fire and no one's hurt. They're not coming out to get you till morning, that's all I'm saying.
I wiped some dirt off my face and nodded. Nearest motel, then.
Nonsense.
She smiled.
You can have my kids' room just for the night.
Appreciate it. Her name was Marianne. She worked at a water treatment plant, not too far away, and was coming home from a night out with her work friends. As a single mother to a now-grown kid, she didn't mind lending some empty nest space out to a stranger in need. I feel like between Marianne and the man who shot me in the head, I'd managed to find the two kinds of people you might run into in rural Minnesota. I got to borrow a room next to her garage for the night. I took a shower and threw my clothes in the washer. Marianne didn't have much food to share, but she microwaved me some leftovers. Lasagna. We talked a bit about what had happened, but I didn't have much to say. It was so hard to describe. I couldn't just babble on about how I'd crawled out of a hole in the ground. So I said I'd been mugged and had my car stolen at gunpoint. It was an uneasy sleep. It's like my heart wouldn't settle down, no matter how comfortable I was. I kept feeling like I was on the edge of bursting into a sprint. Like there was still an immediate danger. It was like I kept hearing the click of the gun, anticipating the painful flash of the bullet burning past the hairs on my neck. The following morning, Marianne made breakfast. She was chatty, and making breakfast brought out the people person in her.
That road is trouble,
She said.
but I guess you're not the worst thing we found there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
She continued.
Did you see the, hold on.
She wiped her hands on a towel and lent me her phone. She had a social media post up about a dead man. I recognized him. It was the man, the one who shot me. There wasn't a lot to it. A small post talking about how he'd been a couple of weeks from turning 71, how he'd passed suddenly in his car. There were dozens of posts talking about how much they were going to miss him and how great of a guy he'd been. I figured they hadn't known much about his extracurricular activities. Good people don't shoot other good people in the head. Before I handed her the phone back, I noticed something odd. Right there, by the time. The date. 31 days had passed. I almost choked on my orange juice. This was beyond explanation. It didn't make any sense. 31 days. I handed Marianne her phone back. I mulled the options over in my head. I wanted to call my mom, but I couldn't remember her number. It was saved on my phone, which was gone. Besides, what would I tell her? Again, you can't just tell people you've crawled out of a hole in the ground. I figured I could do a little research. Try to figure out what had happened before I went to the police. Maybe there was a logical explanation for all of this. Maybe I just missed it. If so, a little research was a small price to pay, to not sound insane. Thanks, I said. You know where this guy lived?
You know him?
She asked. Sort of, I said. An acquaintance.
I mean, yeah, I can show you his place if you want.
I had to know more. There were too many questions in the air right now, and I had to get a couple of answers before I started to untangle it. If I could figure out why this guy had shot me in the head, maybe I could go to the police with something concrete. How the hell 31 days had passed would have to wait. Marianne drove me downtown. I don't remember the name of the town, but it was small. Basically just a collection of houses by the side of a quasi-busy street. It had gone from late autumn to early winter in those 31 days, and it showed. The morning frost was just melting off the sleeping trees. She turned onto a small road just off Main Street. The house we looked for stood out like a sore thumb, the only white house with red detailing. It looked like a big shed had swallowed a candy cane. Hideous. It was clear that no one had been there in a while. Some kids had broken the windows. A couple of trees in the yard cast long shadows across the bare dirt, accentuating the Midwestern morning sun. There was that small town smell in the air. Mud, melted frost, diesel. I thanked Marianne and she handed me $50.
There's a motel just down the street,
she said.
Ought to be a couple of rooms there if you need some space.
God bless that woman. As she drove away, I walked up to the front door. The lock was broken, and there were a couple of spray tags on the side. The door was barely holding onto the hinges, having been rocked back and forth by harsh winds. The inside was pretty lackluster. The guy was clearly a loner. No pictures on the walls, no pets, barely any decorations. A couple of polite postcards from acquaintances piled up in the hallway. Empty plates on the kitchen table. Checking the fridge, there was half a six-pack and a jar of pickles. That's it. It was empty. If this guy was turning 71, there were no signs of a long life. In fact, there were no signs of anything. You could tell there'd been people going through the place. Furniture had been moved and broken. There were scratch marks on the floor from where someone had tried to break the floorboards. There was also some cigarette smoke. Maybe the guy was a chain smoker, but the place didn't smell like it. I wandered around, not really knowing what to look for. I had this feeling that knowing why he'd tried to kill me might shed some light on things, but it really didn't. It's like the post said, he'd just tipped over and died. It was hard to accept that maybe, just maybe, I'd just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe I'd never know for sure. Still, the guy had it coming. Whatever the reason, you just don't kill people in cold blood. Leaving that house behind, the question remained, why me? What did I do? There was no point in grinding it over and over in my head. I figured I'd get a room at that motel, get in touch with the police, and get back on the road. My family had to be worried sick. I felt a little bad for spending this much time running around with this nonsense, but it bothered me to no end. You don't forget waking up in a shallow grave. You just don't. I followed Marianne's directions and came across a gravel path. A long, winding path over a hill and through the pine woods. I spotted a peculiar tree in the distance, a dead, leafless oak. I decided to stop there to rest my feet for a bit. It had a root that curled around itself, making it an excellent seat. I sat down to ponder my options. But see, I do this thing when I'm deep in thought. I scratch something over and over with my left index finger. There's something about the sensation of running your finger over something textured that just numbs my mind. So as I sat there and considered my next move, I did just that. I scratched a bit. Right in that exact spot, something had already scratched the bark off. I pulled my finger back, sticky with sap. Someone had been sitting here, just like I was. They'd been scratching that spot, just like I'd done. Odd. Following the trail, I ended up next to two buildings down by the main road. There it was, the motel and a supermarket. There was a woman outside the motel smoking a cigarette. She kept looking my way, so I waved at her.
You here to pick up your stuff?
She asked. What?
Your stuff.
She repeated.
I'll throw it away if you don't.
No, yeah, I'll get it. Sorry. I had no idea what she was talking about, but she clearly intended to talk to me. There was no mistaking it. She'd seen me before. She was very comfortable in that fact. So much so that it made me question if we had history. I joined her outside the motel and waited for her to finish her cigarette. I got a stern talking to about leaving things behind. Apparently, there was only so much space in the lost and found. I apologized, which eased the tension a bit. Maybe she was expecting some kind of entitled big city folk talk from me. She said she'd give me 20 minutes to clear out the room and handed me a key. I hurried down the hall and up the stairs. Standing outside that room, and I didn't know what to expect. I'd never been there before. I'd never seen this woman. And yet, she seemed to know me. Or at the very least, she'd seen me before. When I entered, I could tell someone had been living there. There were some clothes and a couple of items scattered across the nightstand. It didn't take long until a chill crawled up my spine. The clothes in that room were my size. There was a toothbrush in a green plastic case in the bathroom, just like I always keep it. I'm a bit squeamish about bacteria, which begged to question, had I been there before? I decided to do a test. If I had been there before, my phone would be tucked away and hidden near the bed. I'd had some bad experiences with staff, stealing my electronics in the past. So I leaned over the bed and fumbled around for a bit. And there it was. I found my phone nuzzled between the wall and the bed. But more than that, I found something hidden underneath. A black metal box with a 4-digit code. I tested the first 4-digit code that came to mind. And voila, it popped open. In it, I found a gun, 6 bullets, a stack of about $4,100 bills, and a notebook. There was a knock at the door before I could explore a little further.
You finished?
The lady asked. Sorry, I said. It's, gonna be a while.
You staying?
Would you mind if I did?
You paying?
Of course, yeah.
All right then.
I sat there for a moment, taking it all in. How could I have known it would be there? And how would I know the code? How could I have been in that room without remembering anything about it? It didn't make sense, but I was holding the proof in my hands. There had to be answers. I paid for a couple of days and locked myself in that room. I gathered all clothes and checked all the corners to make sure there was nothing else hidden in there. It felt strange, like I was following in my own footsteps. But I'd never been there before. I'd woken up in that field like no time had passed. What was I missing? I kept the TV on in the background, just to fill the empty space. I checked the phone. There were a couple of outgoing calls. A few of them short, a couple of them a little longer. Some of them were dated from about 10 to 15 days after I was attacked. In the empty space I couldn't account for. Those were 30 days of my life that were just gone. But something had happened in between. There were a couple of texts, too. Most of them were just people being worried, asking if I was okay. There were a couple of replies sent from this phone, but just a few. They were short, just saying, I'm fine. But one text stood out. It was from my younger sister.
Why are they saying you're dead?
She wrote. There had been no response. Dead. I immediately tried to call her, but my phone was disconnected. Either the service was discontinued or I hadn't paid my bills. Either way, I wasn't getting through. I decided to check the notebook. The pages were dated starting at about 21 to 22 days after my supposed death. It mentioned waking up in a field of blue sunflowers, disoriented and looking for help. It mentioned getting a ride to town from an old man in a blue van. Other entries mentioned talking to people about my assailant, only to find out he'd already died. It seems that my first instinct was always to find the guy who killed me, and always finding out that he was gone. These notes spoke about an experience that was almost identical to mine. About waking up, about getting to a motel, about looking up the house of our attacker. Apparently, that's where they'd found the gun and the money. Maybe it hadn't been kids messing up the place. Maybe it was me. The notes also mentioned a letter left behind. It just said that he was sorry, the note read. There were more notes, dates, connections. So I flipped to an empty page grabbed a pen, and tried to put it all into a coherent timeline. It seems that about 10 days after getting shot in the head, I'd woken up in a field for the first time. I'd tried to find the man who did it, but he had already died more than a week prior. According to the notebook, the man had died either the same night that I did or the day after. Then, on day 20, I'd woken up in a field. Again. I'd made my way back to town to find the man who killed me, but he was already dead. For the next few days, I'd been locked up in this very motel, trying to figure out what was going on. I'd made numerous calls, sent texts, and a couple of emails, only to be told that I'd been declared dead. Apparently, I'd walked into the police station on day 19 and fell over, dead. Complete organ failure, according to the coroner. The notes warned me about contacting friends and family, telling me I'd just cause harm and confusion. For all they knew, I was gone. Talking to them would open a lot of questions that I couldn't answer. But I wasn't dead. I was right there reading that notebook. From all I could gather, there seemed to be a pattern. Every 10 days, I would wake up in that field as if nothing had happened. I would believe I'd just gotten killed by that man, and I'd seek to either get help or revenge. But he was already dead. The world had moved on. But the notes didn't speak of me having seen any other versions of myself. So, what exactly happened to every version? Did they all drop dead? The final entry hinted at an answer. It simply read, "I can feel my heart slowing down. I haven't been able to relax for over a week, and now it's getting hard to move. I have to pry my fingers open with my teeth. My toes have turned black. I'm seeing things. I see the one before me. I see you reading this. I know what is about to. And to prove it, I will put a cross on that spot. It will be the first thing you will see. The cross." The old man hadn't been the one to put that up. I had. This was the working theory. Every 10 days, I would wake up in that field, and every 9 or 10 days after that, I'd die, only for a new me to wake up, repeating the cycle. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I turned everything in that notebook in and out, looking for answers. There were a couple of notes about checking the library, talking to people about local legends, mentions of those strange sunflowers, but there were no answers. It was all dead ends and vague nonsense. I didn't know what to do. The first version of me had fumbled around, confused and scared, and died. The second version had tried to figure things out, but was still gone. What the hell could I do that those two didn't? And did this mean I was going to die in about a week? Every idea that I had was in that notebook. It was already there, and it had failed. I'd checked the soil in that glade. I'd talked to the locals. I'd researched similar myths and legends. I'd tried burying myself in that soil again, as if I could go back somehow. But no, I'd been killed and buried among those flowers, and they refused to stop bringing me back. And it did so about every 10 days. I wasted that entire day trying to piece it all together. I fell asleep somewhere around 9 in the evening, still holding that notebook. I kept falling in and out of sleep, having these uneasy thoughts. I kept imagining that first breath as I breached the surface, digging myself out of a shallow grave, the confusion, the ringing in my ears from that gunshot. But there were other things in the dark of my dreams. The sound of my feet rushing into that house, desperately digging through a home, only to find a gun and a letter, scaring off a few kids, making them drop their spray cans as they fled. Then, there was the sound of people crying and screaming in my ear. Questions I can't answer. Desperation on all ends, building into this tight knot in my chest that no comforting word could untangle. Then, a lake. Aching joints. A final swim as my bones fossilized and decayed. I was at peace knowing I was about to go, and I chose to do it in a way where no one would be bothered. And now me, here, alone in a motel, trying not to hear the ticking clock, trying not to think of what happens when my 10 days were up. The next day, I sprang into action. I washed the cold sweat off my brow and decided to answer what questions remained in that notebook. I would do anything. There had to be a solution. Things always work out, one way or another. Checking recently used apps, I found out that my previous iteration, the second copy, had used a map. They'd searched for nearby lakes. There was that one lake called Frog Lake nearby, and they just walked into it. That must have been the way they chose to end things. Out of sight, out of mind. But the biggest questions remain. Why had that old man killed me to begin with? I fell into a vicious cycle of anxiety, desperation, and failure. I tried to find his car, but it had been destroyed. I tried to find any of his relatives, but he had none. All who had posted had been acquaintances and friends he'd made. I messaged a couple of them using the motel Wi-Fi, but they either didn't respond or had nothing to say. I tried to check for prior convictions, but he had none. I tried to find out something about his gun, but it was unregistered. The serial number had been filed off. I couldn't even find out where he got the bullets. And why had he apologized? Why leave me money? The only thing I could think of were those duffel bags of his. And his digging. There had to be a reason. The nights were getting worse. I was seeing little glimpses of things that had been. Crying in the motel room, rushing into the police station, tearing out notes from the notebook, and clawing at my face until it bled. Frustration, hopelessness, and desperation. And with every glimpse, every dream, I started to realize how futile this was. Every idea, every thought, everything I'd tried. I'd already done it. I was just repeating patterns. I was in a race against myself and nothing would change. On day 5, I made my way back out to that glade. Retracing my steps, I found that it was surprisingly close to where he had parked his car that night. Most of the ground there was gravel and rock, but the soil in that glade was soft and malleable. To me, the only thing that made sense was that he'd been digging for something up there. The cross was still up there. I couldn't stop looking at it. What had I thought as I put that up? Did I still have hope? That night, I started seeing other things. Not just things that had been, but things that were to come. Years from now. Waking in that same glade. The cross long since withered by age. A little bag left by the side. A welcome package. The sunflowers would still be there. The cars would look different. Quieter, cleaner. Over time, the roads would deteriorate. The sun would be warmer. I'd draw thousands upon thousands of the same first breath. Over and over. I'd ask myself the same questions. I'd try the same thing. And I'd come to the same conclusions. I forced myself awake before I went too far. I didn't want to see. I didn't want to know. The clock was ticking. On day 6, I had completely given up. I just lay there in the motel room, watching daytime TV, eating stale chips from the supermarket across the street. I juggled 10-minute naps with bouts of existential panic, feeling my heart race through my chest as my lungs tightened. I could hear it in the back of my mind. That ticking clock. It was almost over. Forever. I tore my hair out. I crawled into a fetal position, laying in the shower until the water turned cold. But whenever I closed my eyes a little too long, I'd hear myself drawing that first breath again and again, coming to the same horrifying realization. And before I knew it, it would be over. And it would be over and over and over. And I'd never really know what had happened until it was too late. By the night of day 6, I might as well have been dead. I just lay there, naked on the floor, dissociating. I don't want to talk about day 7. It got worse, and I did a lot of things I wasn't proud of. So I'm skipping ahead to day 8. On day 8, I took a walk downtown. There was a corner pub where I decided to have lunch. By happenstance, 2 police officers walked in. They were having a discussion, and I couldn't help but overhear it.
That doesn't make any sense.
One of them said.
How can the guy have his own bones in a duffel bag?
That's the thing.
The other said.
He must have had a twin. They were identical.
So, all these years, there have been 2 of them, and no one knew?
It's like some Parent Trap shit.
The officer laughed.
Can you imagine?
Bones. Duffel bag. There was something there. They had to be talking about it. I hurried back to the motel. My killer had been digging the night he killed me. He'd left his gun and bullets in a box, telling me he was sorry, along with some money. They'd found bones in his duffel bags that were identical to his own. But what if they weren't an identical twin? What if they were a copy of him? Or maybe he was the copy. I bought a shovel of my own and made my way back out to that glade that same day. Checking the soil where I'd been buried, I dug. And I dug deep. Maybe there was a reason I'd been buried in a shallow grave. Maybe there was something else further down. I dug until my muscles ached and my lungs burned. I dug all afternoon in different places, and finally, I found something. About 5 foot deep, there was a body bag. It was covered in chemicals, but the smell was unmistakable. There was a corpse in there. I knew what I'd see before I even opened it. The zipper struggled, but it rolled open, challenging every sensation in my body. It's a strange feeling to hold your own face, to see your own closed eyes, to stroke your own hair in comfort, the little quirks and scars that only you know of, except for that one thing, a bullet hole. I collapsed to my knees. I'd figured it out. From a stray thought mentioned by a passerby, I figured it out. There was a reason that man had such a bare-bones home, why he looked 50, although he was 70. He'd gone through this. He'd been in the cycle before me. Killing me and having me take his place in the ground must have broken the cycle. There was an end to it. That's why he apologized. That's the reason he just killed a random person by the side of the road. It wouldn't end until someone took his place. If not me, then someone else. So that meant that I had two options. I could go through this nightmare over and over, or I could end it. I could cut those who would come after me out of the equation and spare them the horror I felt. I could do that. Now I had options. That night, after I'd washed the dirt from my hands and knees, the dreams were different. I felt myself drawing another first breath, only to wake up under a starless sky, where the sun had gone dim, and the moon hung closer than ever. I could hear rumbling earth as towering monolithic beings reached for the horizon sky. I'd see vaguely humanoid shapes roam a desert wasteland, stretching towards the heavens, crying for death, crying for an end to the cycle, like me. But there would be more first breaths. Ones where I would wake up in a firestorm only to burn to death. Ones where I would wake up choking under solid ice. Ones where I would be pulled up by inhumane scavengers, only to be torn apart and eaten, farmed and cultivated, like wheat. And the cycle would continue, turning life into a grotesque, broken mirror image of what I'd been told it would be. Lies and hopes made manifest by church, state, and peers. This was real life, uncompromising, uncaring, raw. And then there'd be no air. Then there'd be no soil. There'd be black. An impossible cold would snap across my crystallizing skin. My eyes would be open, but there would be nothing to see. No sound to hear but the popping of my eardrums. I'd fail to draw that first breath of air once every 10 days. Again, and again, and again. I woke up screaming on the 9th day. I had no choice. I had to break the cycle. Someone had to take my place in that void. I could see why he'd done it, and I would do so myself without hesitation. I grabbed the gun, the bullets, the shovel, and made my way to the glade. While the old man had just been bones, I had a whole body to take care of. It didn't matter. I could leave it out in the open, and it would make no difference. By the time it mattered, I'd be gone, and the cycle would be broken. So I waited by the side of the road, like he'd done. My body had been dug up and was ready to be moved. I didn't want to do it in the daylight, though, but time was running out. I didn't even care that I was going away. I just had to avoid that thing that were to come. The infinite awakenings that followed. A lot of cars passed me by. Some honked at me, others went out of their way to splash me with water collected in the many potholes. It wasn't until dinner time that a car slowed down to help. A good Samaritan, a pickup truck, Mary Ann. No, I muttered under my breath. Just keep going, not you. But it was getting late. Could I risk waiting for someone else? She rolled down the window on the passenger side, smiling at me. Her radio clicked off.
You back here?
She laughed.
What kind of trouble you looking for?
I'm fine, I said. You can keep going.
Fine?
She scoffed.
You're right back where you started. Don't tell me you got robbed again.
Not this time, no.
So why you here?
I had my hand on my gun. There was no one else around. She was leaning forward, and I had a clear shot to her head. I'd just raise my hand, click, and that would be it. It was simple. Would I risk missing this chance just for her to get some more time? In the grand scheme of things, what would it matter? And what if the next copy of me came to the same conclusion? What would stop them from pulling the trigger? It was either me now or me later. And if not her, then someone else. Did it matter who? I wouldn't be around to care. I could barely keep it together. My hand trembled. She leaned over, looking out the passenger side window. Her brow furrowed a little. I could tell she was concerned.
Look,
She said,
I won't pretend to know your business, but I can see you're not doing well. You must have come across something real bad, friend. I get it. But you know what I do when I feel bad?
She patted the passenger side of her pickup.
I do something nice. It does all the difference in the world. If you can't help yourself, then maybe you can help someone else. Does the heart good, you know?
A thought crossed my mind. I hadn't figured this puzzle out if it hadn't been for me just sticking around. It wasn't being smart or strong or suave. It was a stray bit of luck presented by two cops having a conversation. So maybe it didn't matter if I couldn't see a solution here and now. There could be a solution elsewhere at another time that I just hadn't seen yet. And maybe I wouldn't see it, but maybe the next me would. Also, by knowing what was to come, who was to say I couldn't stop it? This outcome couldn't be completely predetermined, or else I'd have told myself about it in that notebook. I had to believe there could be a better way, that there could be a solution, and a beautiful ending. Not just for me, but for everyone. I took my hand off the gun. I just gotta get something, I said. Can you give me a couple of minutes?
Sure.
She smiled.
Don't keep me waiting.
I rushed back up to the glade and nailed a note to the cross. The next me would get a welcome package. I followed Marianne back to town, but she offered to have me stay in her son's room again. I couldn't decline. I borrowed his computer, and that's why I'm here, writing this down. I need to spell things out in a way another me will understand. And I think this is a way to do it. So if I'm reading this, hello. I'm glad you saw the note. I hope this sheds some light on things. Maybe you can make it better for the next one. My joints are growing stiffer and my heart is slowing down. It's actually sort of pleasant. The worries start to fade, but the cycle will continue. I'll be gone before long, and I'll make sure Marianne won't find me. I've called the motel, telling them I'll be back soon to keep the room. I have the money for it, at least for a while longer. It is so easy to despair, and so easy to forget our view. We can only see so far, and we can only hear so much. What feels like an endless darkness today can be a warming light by the morning. Sometimes, all we have to do is hope, to hold on, to do the best we can, and trust in the way things unfold. We don't even have to be smart about it or strong. Sometimes we just gotta be at the right place, at the right time. I don't know how many hours I have left. It's strange to count yourself in hours. It's nice not to know for sure. I'm gonna go for a walk and see how far I'll go. Take a deep breath as if it's your first. You have all the time in the world.